not sure why the bitrate is still showing as unstable. But it appears to be doing better. Alright, I'm gonna try kicking this into full screen mode and let's see how this works. Okay, well. So that looks like it's gonna be cool. So let's try this again. So I had to go ahead and kick back into full. Okay, so I've got it dealing with full screen mode. Now the only catch is that every time I switch away from the game, it's going to mute. So that will be about the. Oh wait, here, let me just flip this to run in background. That should keep that going. Right? Okay, sounds good. So now it's running in the background and I can switch back over to the other screen. I say screen, but basically it's windowed mode, or not windowed mode, but essentially a screen session. You know, Linux and Macs, you can have multiple screens running. Alrighty. So, got that. This seems good to go. The only catch is because I had to kick the resolution down in the game. Trying to run it at like 5K and even 4K screen resolutions was too much for the renderer, which was killing the frame rate. That was the biggest issue here. So when I was trying to run, I have a 5K screen on a 27-inch monitor. So of course, the output is scaled, I believe, to be 720p, 720p. So yeah, scaling that, scaling like 5000 by plus down to 1280 by 720. That was a bit much on the processor, so that was killing the encoding, which was killing the frame rate in OBS. Alright, so technical babble aside, and squeaky chair, let's go ahead and get on with the game. Okay, in fact, actually, let me refill my water real quick and I will be right back. So just give me one quick sec. Alright, okay, I'm back. And everything appears stable. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and run through a new colony here. And we are setting up, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and mostly randomize. I'm going to mostly randomize everything here. So I've got a new colony. Again, with bugs in the outdated mods. We're going to go for a 3-hour tour, or not a 3-hour tour. Phoebe Chillax Community Builder. And let's generate that. I don't have any of the other DLCs, so this is just the basic core game here. We're going to go ahead and generate this world. And I was going to select a random site, so let's try this. In the desert. That just seems like it would suck. That's kind of kicking it a little too much. Yep, and here we are back in the desert. I don't even know where this is supposed to be. Okay. How is that different? Okay, I know I said that I was going to randomize it, but let's see, if I were going to try to crash land, if I were able to at least kind of steer this thing, I would probably try to go someplace with enough resources and stuff, like hopefully not too close to, like, you know, hostiles. But at least relatively close to civilization of some sort. This continent is looking pretty. Alright, so what does this look like? Well, it's mountainous, holy crap. Is this also mountainous? Yeah. Alright. You know what? Pikachu, I choose. Oops. So, fine. Let's go with this. We're close to some settlements, although the mountains are going to make everything a pain in the ass. Actually, is this mountainous? Close to a road. But we're also close to another civilization, so that could be tricky. Who are these guys anyway? They're neutral. hostile. Hostile, hostile, hostile. Neutral. Ooh, that's a scary spot to land in. Oops. But you know what? That's just how this cookie's gonna crumble. They're all, well, hostile and neutral, so. And then pirate. Isn't this like a bandit hall? Yeah. So, wherever we land, people are not gonna really dig us. So I guess if we gotta be neighbors, then let's put us mountainous and a river. You know, let's just put us right here next to the, what is this, a desert? So we're by the desert. So temperate forest, mountainous. So we're in the mountains, kind of close to a neutral faction. Kind of close to a hostile faction. Several hostile factions. Okay. So hey, let's just see how it goes. And this is completely randomized. What the hell kind of name is Victor Fugly? Victor Fugly Delacruz. I feel bad for them. But, so these are our 7 castaways. We have Fugly, poor guy, who is an herbalist. So he's good with the plants. He's steadfast, mentally tough. Good, good, good. He's not violent, nor is he an intellectual. That's cool. Alright. He has some herbal medicine, and so he's got the medical. That's good. That's good. He can do construction and a little bit of mining, but he's definitely good with plants and less. So plants, medical, animals, well, and building stuff and construction. So good. It's got a little bit of, well, he's got an old gunshot leg. He's an herbalist with a gunshot wound. Who knew being an herbalist was such a dangerous profession? But, okay. Next up, Stin. Okay. A master chef. So we have a cook. So if we can kill anything, we can cook it. Fugly, yeah, so that gunshot, he can't. He's a non-violent. He's become pacifist. What is this convent child? Ooh, alrighty then. Technology is heretical and violence immoral. Very dark ages. How he got on this 3-hour tour, I have no idea. Okay, Stin, the master chef. How old is... Okay, fine. So, Stin, the master chef, he can shoot, so he can kill... He can find his game, and he can cook it too. So good. And he's okay with plants and animals, but he can definitely cook them up. Alright, great. And he's got no health conditions. Of course, he is going to be... hell of an eater. Fine. Alrighty. Well, this guy's gonna burn through the food reserves. Next up, we have a veterinarian. So he was a medical assistant as a child. Wow, look at that. And he is veterinarian, slow learner, and a nudist. And a slowpoke. Well, hell. Again, good with the medical, okay with animals, but got the passion for it, and he's got construction. He can do a little bit of melee, but not really. So he'll die if we give him a weapon. And apparently his son, Curry. Let's see what we got. Polo Curry. It's 45. Hold on. Lester is his actual age is 140. He's a 34-year-old male. 114, age 45. I love how these ages work. But okay, that will work. So Lester, our veterinarian, decided to mend his bonds with his son Curry. Which they're pretty tight. They decided to go on this 3-hour tour that went wrong, and they wound up stranded on this planet. Curry, apparently, is a pyromaniac and likes to play with fire. So, clearly this is what put the strain on their relationship in the first place, but they ended up mending it. He can't firefight. He loves blowing shit up, apparently, which is good. An intellectual pyromaniac. He will never extinguish him and will occasionally go on random fire starting. Oh my god. Let's not throw him a flamethrower. But he can mine, he can melee. He's kind of okay with animals. He's a little artistic, but he can do research, so that will work. Meanwhile, we have Thinker here, who's an escaped convict. Okay. So the ex-con Thinker denies involvement. He didn't do it. Okay. He's incapable of caring. He's a fast learner. Unfortunately, he is not. He can mine, which, okay, the escaped convict, so he can dig. This will be handy in a mountainous region. His father, Logan, is somewhere. But who knows? Alright, so now. Strapping Logan, so that's strapping over here. Thinker's father. Strapping. Dude has a bad back. Oh my god, he is old. So he's got a bad back. And a gunshot wound. Alrighty. And he's a hard worker, but has a chemical fascination. So he will binge on drugs. He will ignore directives to not use recreational drugs and will consume more than a normal person. Alright. Found the stoner. Now, I know he's a farmer, but do farmers just normally walk around with like several bales of hay in their bag? But, alright, whatever. He just happens to have 10 bales of hay on him that he decided to take on this tour. Okay, fine. We'll roll with this. which leads us to our last castaway, Severin. So he's a trader's child, nimble, volatile, and an annoying voice. I think it's kind of interesting that this is an all-male crew, or an all-male group here. Usually it's more mixed up than this, which, okay, fine. Let's run with this and see what happens. So a bunch of guys go on a cruise. And then they wind up crash landed on a planet. Let's see how this goes. So, all right, let's get a bird's eye view of this first of all, because it's been a minute since I've played. Okay, let's take a quick review. Okay, we've got a steam geyser right by the site, which is good. Oh, we are surrounded by mountain. That is handy. And this looks like Muffalo over here. We have Mega Sloth and a turkey. And a few other critters like the squirrel, a boom rat. We've got another geyser over here. Shoot. How do I move? Okay, here we go. Holy crap, when they say mountains, they really meant it. So the entire top half of that is just all rock. As we go down here... So this is pretty defensible, I guess. I mean, we have no idea what's inside the cave here. So there's most likely gonna be a ton of caves and whatever, which also means that there's gonna be, like, I guess, whatever those things are that are inside the caves and whatnot. But this is a fairly defensible position once we actually block off a few things. Like, I would probably... It would be pretty easy to just kind of wall off this corner here. Oh wait, you can't see the mouse, can you? We can wall off the section over in the east. So this section right here can be kind of walled in pretty much at any point. But if I really, depending on, I guess, on how we got, because like this is like what? This is rich soil. What have we got as far as arable land? I mean, it's all pretty arable. This is all great stuff. So depending on how... So depending on how things go, I should have no problem putting this into arable land. I'll wind up digging out a space for living quarters and whatnots-ish. That'll be, like, you know, the go-to there. I can, again, fence this part off over here, or wall it off, I should say. So I can wall this, and then I have basically a big channel right in the center here. And then, ooh, a hidden building. No idea what's up in here. But again, if need be, I can constrict this off and cut this off either here or straight across here. Either way works. Kind of depends on what's going on. But for right now, I'm gonna need to go around and collect all of the resources and bring them back. Yep. Alrighty. Okay, sounds like a plan. So give me one quick sec. Let me hydrate, and then I guess I'll get a place designated. I think I'm gonna start them off. I'll wall in the section and make a quick temporary shelter over here, and then kind of build out and make a more proper structure into in the walls here. So this is slate, granite, sandstone. All right. Okay. Give me a sec. I will be right back. Okay. So let's start off by designating the basic spots for the moment. Shoot, how does this work again? I need a stockpile zone, right? So, all right. Now I could just go ahead and set up a temp location and put all the stuff right here. It's not going to really hurt anything at the moment. But I'm pretty sure that I'm going to want to eventually kind of move them up over to this location. Because I think this is where I'm going to start building in all the facilities, and I want this to like be as arable as possible. And I don't want to be too far off out of the stockpile zone. Alright. Like I said, I don't remember how to do this right off the top of my head, so we're just going to go ahead and make this work. If I have to change it up, I have to change it up. I'm not going to sweat it so much, but for right now, let's just designate this temp stockpile zone here. And then, what's the next thing I need to do? I have to enable all this, right? So allow, you know what, let's just, we're gonna allow everything. Okay, so there's that. They should actually start. They should start stockpiling it. Oh, you know what? Shoot, I forget. So Fugly is non-violent, right? So there's no point giving him a gun. Stin can shoot. Who are my shooters? Stin. And strapping. Alright. Strapping clearly gets the rifle. So let's hook him up. Strapping should go. Wait. Strapping should go. How does this work again? So, strapping should equip this, and then should put on. I'd like him to put on a jacket. Then Stin is the other guy who can shoot, right? So, wow, the chef. Seems like you should have a knife, but I'm going to arm him with a gun instead. Okay. You know what? Put on the, wait. So equip the revolver. Wait, why doesn't this, so do I do control shift? No, so Is it shift click? Yes, shift click. And then shift click. All right. So right click to bring up the option and then shift. All right, now I remember. And as for strapping, just in case, let's just get this guy after he does the gun. Let's also get him to force rare the flak jacket. Now, do I have anybody who is decent at melee? Who's the most decent at melee? Okay. Thinker and Curry. Let's give the ex-con a knife. What could go wrong? Not. Hey, he could be innocent. He could actually be innocent. Who knows? Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and give Curry and so Lester. Wait, no, Thinker's picking up that knife. Curry, I want you to equip this knife. Alright, so that should be it for the moment. As far as that goes, so now we're going to need to start clearing some trees to collect some resources and then start making temporary living quarters. Let's see here. I'm going to start hollowing this section out, I think. And this will start becoming the main quarters area. This will be like a storage unit. Where am I going to put? Because like eventually they're going to need to have space for all the other materials, like this stuff. What are these also? So they're going to start running around and collecting all of this, which, okay, fine. As long as they're not going to die when they're doing it, so. I could probably stand to zoom out while I do this, but. And of course, there's no more down there, but and no more up here. That kind of looks like everything that's scattered around, huh? Considering this is mostly rock. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Oh look, a herd of asses. Donkey. Alright. It's 5 degrees outside, so we're gonna have to come up with some temporary lodging quickly, which is gonna be this right here. I'm gonna just wall this off. We're gonna pack up this mausoleum thing here and just make a temporary shelter. while we dig. So I'm going to need them to also clear the immediate area. You know what? Let's just select this. Whoa. Alright, well, maybe not. No. Work schedule. So that's going to be the immediate area that they're going to chop up. Okay, get to work, people. And I'm going to section this off for the time being. So this, we are going to do I want to claim that or just deconstruct it? If we claim it, then I believe that I can relocate it or something, right? And then eventually, I'm gonna want walls here, here. Yeah, let's just wall this off. And then put a door on this. So here is our temp structure. I'm pretty sure that this dude is repairing it, isn't he? Looks like it. Yeah, grand scale structure, but wasn't there a way to reclaim this? I thought, because I don't want to just deconstruct it all. I have no idea how they're going to feel about sharing a bedroom with a big giant monument. But for the time being, wow. 7 guys, which means no shared beds. So we are going to need furniture. So let's just make some cheap, quick wooden beds here. So let's see here. We're gonna have what? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so weirdest bunking setup ever. But again, it's temporary. It's purely temporary. But we're gonna put a torch in here to light the place up. Okay. You know, I don't remember the light arc being displayed. This must be new in the update. Okay, whatever. They're just gonna have to cope with the situation for the time being. So we got a bunch of space. So now that that's kind of doing its thing at the moment, we're gonna have to start doing some stuff about food. All right. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a few shelves over here. And again, these are temporary, but because everything is going to degrade being outside unless it's on a shelf. So you know what, I'm just going to let's just stick these here for now. Wow, everybody's just kind of hanging out. Now I think the next thing I'm gonna need to make sure I do. Alright, so we have shelves set up. It's cloud watching. I'm gonna need to get them some entertainment. What can they store there? Pretty much anything. That's fine. I might need more already. But that's okay. They're not going to degrade on the shelf. So whatever is actually on there right now, because like the meals and everything else, even though it's unroofed, because they're on a shelf, it should be cool. What is that? Lowell Explores Dueling. Well, that's an interesting book. How fascinating. And it already looks like the space got used up. Let's harvest that one plant that's in the middle of the way here. I guess I should build another set of shelves already. Jeez, okay. Or no, wait. I think that's it. I don't think I need any more than these. Because those meals will probably get taken up pretty quickly. I'll just add them if I need to. Of course, I could also just put a roof over all this, but since this is temporary and it's eventually going to become farmland, I don't really want to. It just needs to be enough to hold what we got at the moment. So, like, for example, this wood won't, none of this is going to deteriorate anymore. Hunter lacks suitable weapon. Wait, what hunter? Severin. Severin is a hunter? Wait, what is this guy? Trader's Child, space humanitarian, so he can shoot, he can melee. Right, we don't have enough weapons for everybody. So that's fine. Besides, he's got a low shooting anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Who's still working? Stin, you productive dude, you. Let's see, how are these guys doing? Yeah, disturbed sleep. Very low expectations. How promising. Initial optimism, 8 without a table. Guess I'm gonna have to get these guys a table. So Severin has serious pain. What was Severin's deal? Health-wise, what's he got? No, he's got a scratch pain, a painful scratch scar. Right, this dude's gonna be, he's the slowpoke, right? Nope, he's nimble with an annoying voice. Who was the guy who was slow? Lester. Okay. Alrighty, anyway. Okay. While they sleep. Food-wise, we got 70. I'm going to need to start working on proper facilities here. So, like I said, eventually I'm going to wall this off and have like a door here so that this and this will be blocked. I like how this is muddy, so this is almost like a natural barrier to begin with. So it'll slow down anybody coming in from this zone. So not only can we have it walled off here with a door and all that neat stuff, we can also have shooting barriers and stuff over here as well. And take pot shots of people coming in from this zone. From over here, we'll just have to basically set up another front and just kind of deal with it. How does this work again? Oh, there we go. I want to plan this. And let's just say that I want to wall this section off right here. We'll probably section this off something like maybe here. And then that would be our temporary blockade. So this whole area will be our current operations area with the farmland and everything else and stuff kind of going on. Not that that's going to be our only limit, but for our initial homestead, that's going to be the zone. Then, stands to reason if this is all going to be arable land. Now the problem is all of this is rock and mountainous. So at this point, none of this. So even if this were to get cleared away, this is all stone bottom. Except for here, I'm not really sure exactly like if this is going to be underwater or not, but I'm not going to really sweat this a great deal. I don't know, maybe I could make this a temporary storeroom, but it seems like having that so far away would be a pain in the ass on other levels. Ultimately, I guess this was going to be like the main complex. So if I kind of come in, so there's going to be a 3 wide corridor, right? It'll probably end up looking something like this initially. And then, so of course this will be the door. I'm going to need 2 facilities. Well, we need storeroom, recreation room, bedrooms. And then as far as the bedrooms goes, eventually we'll need guest rooms for when people come to visit the colony. And then we'll also need a prison sector. Which, you know what? Putting the prison sector over here probably would work. It'll be away from the rest of us. So let me see here. I don't remember what the best way to do this, but the bedrooms can be relatively far from like, and then we need like the workrooms. So if I were going to make all the workrooms and stuff over here, the bedrooms, so they'll have to go from the bedrooms to the work areas. And then, of course, the storeroom is where everything is basically the main, like, refrigeration zone. Let's just say that if I were going to go ahead and set that up, it would be like maybe like here-ish, right? I can probably, because this is already stone, so let's just say if I were going to add to this, And let's say I wanted like a 3 wall thick. 3, so it would be like right here is where this is kind of where the refrigerated room would start. So this would be storage. And I forget what the size that we need. I forget how large it can get depending on how many cooling units that we add into it and stuff. We also want to control how many entrances and exits there are as well. And this is all going to be in... this will be underground too, so... if I were to do that, then... if I were to add this, because this is going to be stone... let's say this is going to wind up being stone too, so this would be 3 and 3. That means that this could actually go to here. And I'd still have some extra space and stuff over here, but I guess I'm not going to really sweat that. This can be the initial exterior entrance, I think. Because I'm going to need a door. I'm going to need a double door setup. So there'll be a door here, then a door here, but then I don't remember where to put the air conditioning. Hey, 180, good to see you. Congratulations on taking second. Welcome, welcome. I am doing a randomized, well, a mostly randomized castaways game session on RimWorld. So 7 random people basically were on a 3-hour galaxy tour or star system tour. Things went wrong, and then bang, here we are. So we got 7 guys all kind of bundled up, and I'm just kind of planning through the initial setup on this. And it's been a while since I've played, so I'm trying to remember everything. Yeah, could you see rimming time? There you go. Yeah, I had a little bit of a late start. I tried doing a multicasting test earlier, which was going perfectly fine. I can multicast okay with the PNG tuber, but as soon as I went into the game, the frame rate tanked. And I'm pretty sure it tanked because I was trying to run the game at like 5K, practically. And the encoder did not like that, and it took a crap and basically caused the frame rate to tank into single digits. And then everything started buffering, and it was just a big hot mess. So, yeah, best way to get back into a game, throw yourself right into the deep end. Yep, that's exactly it. Or rather, these guys. But hey, I'm just a storyteller here and the facilitator. I take no responsibility for whether they live or die. It all depends on RNG God. So RNG Jesus, do your thing. So anyway. Alright, so this is going to probably be the initial storeroom. This is like temporary lodging in a crypt. Well, I mean, crypt-ish kind of looking thing. There's no coffins. There's just like this big monolith here. But hey, it's sleeping arrangements. They're under a roof, you know? So that's important. They got beds, they're under a roof, the supplies are on shelves, so they are not going to expire in the while exposed to the elements because they're on shelves. Exactly, RNG's preach. So now I just got to go ahead and build some proper facilities now. And in fact, so all of this is going to be arable land. This is a mountainous region, so this is all solid rock under a mountain. You thought I was playing RimWorld, but it is apparently going to be Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, there's probably a bunch of caves and shit in here, which means that there's going to be like whatever the creatures that lurk in caves, which are not dwarves, but probably more violent and savage, beastly things. So this area is going to be pretty much where I do the initial like farming, and then if there's going to be like animals, if I wind up being able to like, you know, do any kind of ranching, that's going to be this zone. I got all this to work with. This mudslide here looks like a natural break, so in case somebody comes in from this level of invasion, that can help slow them down. So I can probably make a stand here. So I'll have an entry into the main colony here. I'll have an entry into the main colony through this channel here. Again, walling this off. I guess I could stretch it and wall it across this way too if I need that extra stretch of land and that extra geyser. And then, well, we got this over here. So this is going to be the initial boundary of the colony. I can always expand it, and then for future expansion, this wall can probably go, and then I could always just, you know, kind of block this section off over here. I mean, that would always work. So that could be a block, and then that would prevent anybody from over here coming in. They would actually just kind of come in and attack this. I could have like a, again, a kill box or whatever over here. But then this opens this whole section up to attack, which becomes harder to kind of control. I mean, I could drop another wall going across, like, you know, this and stuff, but if I wind up cutting this off, it's just gonna, again, it'll make it harder to funnel people in, which means I'd have to make a longer wall, probably kind of going across like this way or something like that, and it would have to like kind of do something like this, and then that way they'd have to ideally filter through here. But then again, you know, there's nothing necessarily stopping them from just attacking this wall here. At least if it looks like mountainous region, they're not as likely to try digging through a mountain to get through the to get to the colony. So, but anyway, no more. Anyway, for time being, so I got the current storage stuff set up, and I'm gonna need a more permanent location. I was thinking this could be like initial, what do you call it? This would probably be the initial refrigerated section, but I'm gonna need a storeroom nearby as well. I mean, I'm not gonna need to have it nearby, but it's gonna be. And I don't really remember the best way to lay out the colony. It doesn't really matter if I lose this little bit of arable land here. I am going to extend this wall, so it'll probably come across to like here. Because this is mostly rock over here anyway. So I'm going to lose like what? Like 8 arable land tiles or so, give or take. I mean, all of this, none of this is directly usable either, so just because I happen to use that up, that's not really going to be a huge loss. But like all of this arable area here and stuff, I'm going to have to set up farms pretty quickly. In fact, I'm going to need to start doing that real soon now. But I've already got them clearing out the trees in the area, so that'll already be a good start. So then, you know what? This is going to be a storage area. So if I kind of knock this off, it's going to be a weird looking storage area because, you know what? I am not going to take away from too much arable land here because, you know, it's a premium. It's all a premium. And I don't really care that the storage looks strange. As long as I can, you know, relatively maximize some space out, then that's fine by me. So, like, I think I can get away with a diagonal wallish kind of looking like this to go around here, and all of this will get cleared out, which then means if this is the corridor, and again, if I lose like another, like all of this area here, you know, I mean, if I block that off into a corner, that's not a big deal either. Like, maybe, well, no, oops. Let's just say that it ultimately kind of blocks across like this. I mean, I don't need to take up every last spot. I was kind of hoping, like, you know, to make use of some of the natural structure here more so than anything. But then, if need be, then alright, so here is the front door. And then this is storage. So then this becomes a corridor. 3 deep, right? And then, yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Here is, okay, there's the front door, there's all this. This gets to go. So all you gots to go. And then this area will be, I guess, the storage room. So to like here, so I can cut all this out and make this storage. Technically, like, so this will be a big, huge, uneven room. And in fact, I should probably make a point. I can keep natural pillars here. Like, I forget how this actually works, the columns. So let's see, if this were going to be the room, let's just say, well, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So this guy shouldn't be cut out. I forget what the actual things are. But this should prevent most of this from caving in, I think. We'll find out in a hurry. But I mean, I can always test it by like, what is it? Structure. Yeah, so the column actually is, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, 6 by 6 roughly. Okay, so that's about, that'll hold that. So here, that guy'll hold it here. This guy'll hold it here. And since this is a corner, this will be the only weirdness. But then, actually no, because if this is the external wall, then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it should hold it up. All right. So keeping these as columns, that should hold those sections of the roof and keep it from caving in on the poor doors. I mean, colonists. Then I got the fridge room over here. All right. And I'll keep it insulated triple thick stone. Then I just have to work out, so that if I make an external door here, I just have to remember how to set up the refrigeration units. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. Probably. I don't remember how many I'm going to need, especially with like this weird ass layout. Okay, so storage, freezer, then, well, temporary barracks. I'll probably wind up building out facilities all around here. The bedrooms can be furthest away, if I remember correctly. So you know what? I can probably just put them over here. So if I made another, oops. Shoot. Okay. So if I had another corridor, so 1, 2, 3, like right here. So if I put another corridor here. Let's just say I kind of ran this off. I don't know how long this ago. I'll just throw it here to keep it even. So if these are the staterooms, our housing, I want each one to be like, what, 5 by 7? Or no, it's the, if it's a 7 by 5, I forget how this actually works. So I got the bed. A bed would at most take up 4 by 4 if it were a double, right? There are no double beds here because they're a bunch of guys. They're all single. Right? So a double bed would actually be a 4 by 4, so it's a 4 by 4 space. Single bed is a 2 by 2. So I think the external space is 5 by 7. The internal space would then be, what did I say, 3 by 5? I guess 3 by 5. Because then there is room for a double bed, a dresser, and like what, a plant or some other decoration and stuff in here. So an end table and a plant, I guess. Or was it that I had it as, so if it's a 5 by 7, so if this were a 5 by 7 space, how would that look instead? Yeah, that's way bigger. So it's I'm pretty sure it was going to be a 3 by 5. 3 by 5 interior. You're going to play some more Wise? Wait, what? So wait a minute, what are you playing? Like the Ease. Yeast without the T. So you're going to play some Ease. I am missing something. A hack and slash RPG? Really? That's pretty interesting. I am not familiar with it. Okay. Alright, so what I need here... 3x5. Okay, let's say I make this 4x5. Then that's going to give... So if I have a 4x5 space, right? God, I don't remember how this works. So if it's 4x5, then that's like 6x7, right? Shit, I can't believe I don't remember this. So 6x7, which means that the interior is going to be 4x5. So then I have room for a door, and then this can be a ventilation shaft, and then I can have the bed, a potted plant, a dresser, and other space for additional shit. Okay, like a table or whatever else. I think that's the way I had this set up. Really? I feel like I should know the game. It's just that the one I'm playing is a prequel. It came out in 2006. I am honestly drawing a blank on it, dude. I'm like, wow, alright. So this is 5x5. And what did I say I wanted? I wanted a... So... Fuck me, what was this? This is 7x5, or 6x7, which means 5x4. All right. So then this should be 5x4. So these rooms should look like this. The first character you played was a girl and everyone was calling me a baby. So is it like a single person RPG, or is it like an MMO kind of RPG? Just solo? Okay, cool. You know what I want to do? I want to actually, instead of having the rooms be like one long corridor this way, I think I want to section them and go this way and put a corridor in between. So that way they're not like, I don't have like 7 huge long doors going up like that. So the room is going to be, the interior of the room will be a 5x4 room. So I'm going to have it go the other way around. So instead, I'm going to put them this way. Okay, here we go. So then if this is the corner and that's the room, so... 1, 2, 3... You know... So this guy's gonna have the little corner that needs to be built around. That's fine. And then the corridor is still 3 wide. Okay. So I can build 8 initial rooms. I'm gonna have to check it out, because I'm pretty curious about that setup. And then let's just put the doors like this. And if I need to make more, I can always just extend this corridor down further. That's fine. This will be like, you know, the living dorm section, which hopefully won't be bug infested, so there won't be any initial issues. If so, sucks to suck. Oh, but you know what? I forgot. I'm not going to be able to make wood, or I'm not going to be able to make stone blocks until... Jeez. I'm not going to be able to make stone blocks until I get the stone crafting room. So I'm going to want to avoid making too many rocks, or having to this, because this is going to wind up having to be like a wood corner here. So you know what? Even though this is useless and it might as well be blocked in, I'm not going to be able to block that in with rock initially. Oh well, that can be the extra room, or the future use room. I've only got 7 people, so I only need 7 rooms. So that one can be for future expansion. That's fine. And anyone's along this line, because this is ultimately going to have to be blocked off. And that's going to be extra work. Blah. So yeah. So I could conceivably just keep extending it this way. And these will be more dorm rooms for when the colony grows. And it would just keep looking like this. This could also eventually, could even become like guest rooms, right? But... Okay, so that's the initial dormitory block. Like I said, it'd be a decent spot for, like, you know, guest rooms or whatever, but when I get to the guest room part, I can deal with that later. Because, you know what, I could always just make an extra set of rooms, like a separate set of rooms, and then designate those. In fact, I could probably just expand this corridor. So these could be guest rooms, then the dormitory block could be even up here. So let's say... This feels like a tenement block now at this point if I start doing this. There's also no rule that says that I can't mix and match, like, guest rooms with, you know, the main residence room either. That's just really me being type A about stuff, I guess. But if this were just all a big hotel block, it's like, hey, you all live together, cope. Either way, I'll have them dig this out, and this is going to be... So this will be like the main block room. So this is like, what? So this would technically be 32 rooms right here. I have nowhere near 32 people. And the visitors, I might get like, what, 8 at a time? This is plenty. In fact, I should probably dig this part out first, and then I can expand this later. So, here's my freezer, 3 blocks deep, which, okay, now that's not going to be enough room. So theoretically, this is going to have to expand, and I'm not really sure how the refrigeration is going to work in this. With this many people, I'll probably have to have like, what, 2 freezers or some shit like this. I'm not really sure. 1, 2, 3, which means like I can put like this space. 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 3, so yeah, 3 wide wall would give me this. Just found some dude's Discord about what? Hey, more power to you, man. I don't personally, but the reason why I don't, okay, number one, I'm not a very big smoker of anything to begin with. I used to imbibe cigars semi-regularly, but I actually smoked my first cigar like a week ago or so for the very first time in probably about 3 years. So I don't smoke a whole lot. And frankly, the reason why, even if I did, I wouldn't smoke pot, mostly because of the fact that it makes me hungry. The last thing I need to do is eat a half ton of. So yeah. You quit weed 8 years ago. Yeah. The place I used to work at, they were huge. Well, I'm not going to say they had a huge smoking culture. It could have just as easily have just been the one guy I was, that I knew. I'll reserve this for expansion of the storage facilities. So that needs to get bigger. Then I'll need more rooms and stuff like later on. But if this is the refrigerator and this is going to be the main storeroom, then this will have to be like the recreation type place with the tables and places to eat. So let's just say it's going to be like this, because so if it were like this, a 10 by 24 space, because a table, if I had a 2 by 4, which would seat 8 people, so if I have a 2 by 4 table with chairs, so I've got 4 chairs on either side. So if I have, like, let's say, so if this is like a 2 by 4 table then I'd have 4 chairs on either side. So it winds up being a 4x4 block like that. So a 4x4 block, that would actually seat 8 people. That would be, so this would be a 4x4 block that would seat 8 people at a time. When I have the extra rooms built, I'll need 2 of these tables. So like it'd be like 16. And probably have to have a column in the middle here somewhere. So like, you know. Well, depending on the size of this room, I won't necessarily need it, but at least like not right here. So I could have like 2 dining tables, and then the recreational space, I could have like chess tables, or, you know, the pool table is also humongous as well. That's going to take up a lot of space here. So this room will probably have to eventually be like, oh, maybe this big, to fit like all of the entertainment stuff along with the entertainment, eating space, blah blah blah. So it'll probably be like this. And that would be like the bulk of this room. Which means there'd be another corridor here. And then I've got like more rooms and stuff all around here. And again, if this is going to be like the principal storage room, which won't necessarily be this huge. Well, you know what, it might. I can easily see it growing to be like pretty darn big. But then I can have the construction, I can have like building facilities. Those have to be close to the storage room. So let's just assume that if it was going to be here, what the hell kind of space do I need? Because I think the tables are going to be like 3, isn't it? Production, so the butcher table, how large? 3 plus 1, right? So 3 plus 1 space. So the fueled stove, stone cutter, those are all 3 by 1. The research desk is going to be 3 by 3 type space taken up. So yeah. So that would already be like what? If this were going to be the room. If this were the room, then I could have 1 table over here, another table over here, and then I can have like a light or something. Because there'd be a door and then a lamp or something. Or there can be wall lights when I have power. Oh shit, power. Where am I going to put windmills for electricity? In the middle of a mountainous region. How's that crossbreeze gonna work? You still smoke tobacco? Yeah, I mean, I bought like 2 cigars. I smoked 1, and I still have another one that I can kind of blow through. No pun intended. Yeah, so you know what this could even be? I could cut the room here. It doesn't need to be that wide. Because not everybody's going to have like 2 blocks in here. Speaking of, where the hell's the kitchen going to be? You know what? The kitchen can actually be offset from this room, I think. Or it's going to still need to be close to this. Depends on where I put the door, but I'm gonna probably have to put the kitchen like over here somewhere. It should ideally be close to the... It needs to be close to this, though. Well, you know, I could put the kitchen like right here. So then the kitchen, and then if this is like one of the ways in, like one door in or something, to get into the unit, then they can come in here, grab the food, cut it up, put it back and stuff, and it's a short trip, work-wise. Because otherwise I'd have to do something like put it over here, which still isn't really a bad deal. Because I think the workflow pathways, they're going to go, the rooms can be relatively far from workspaces because they're just going to retire to the rooms at night or when they're injured. Then until I build a hospital space. So if this actually became a kitchen instead of the storage space, I'd need a butcher table. And then I would also need doohickeys. That was the word. The stoves. So a butcher table and a stove, at the very least, would have to be in this space. Which again would be 2 by 3 corners, and they should be okay. And that's fine if this corner becomes the kitchen. It doesn't have to be all the storage. Alright. I think that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. Oh. Hey, Selene, how are you doing? Good to see you. I am planning out the basic thing. I'm just doing a chill castaway survivor thing for RimWorld here. I got my seven hapless castaways stranded on the planet. And I'm just doing some base planning. I like that. So. Yeah, you got second for now. Well, Ligaments was in here earlier and grabbed first. But then that was the first time I started upstream. Ended up having some issues between an unruly cat and then trying to multi-stream, but then the bitrate and the frame rate just tanking and taking a dump. I had to restart stream a few times in order to get here. So now I am probably already over planning this, but this is what I got for the meantime. Yeah. And so I think Ligaments is either like lurking or they kind of wandered off, like, between all of the restarts and everything. And like I said, for all I know, everybody could be just kind of like, hanging. Most people, I think, are just kind of watching and just chilling and got me on in the background and just kind of listening while they do their own thing. It's very lurk friendly. We're all chill here. So. All right. I think this is like a decent start. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to have them start by... Well, right now this is going to have to be if anything, this would need to be a wood wall. So I'll spare this and I'll have them start digging out this section that's inside of the rock, which means that the initial room entry is going to be like right here-ish, give or take, to get into the storeroom. I haven't figured out the refrigerated section yet, but that can wait for now. And then I'll have them start digging out this section to build this corridor and then this room. And I'll need to build a temporary table, which, if I put a table in the middle of all this, that's... Yes, right now they are sleeping. They made a temporary facility here in what was the ruins of probably some sort of memorial or mausoleum, or we're not going to really think about it, like where they're actually sleeping with this big huge tombstone here and stuff. Or it's not a tombstone necessarily, it's a monument, who knows. Anyway, alright, so I'm going to have them start digging some shit out. Enough planning. Let's game already, damn it. So, yeah, it's time to start gaming. That's the thing about this. You can basically start planning this forever and just, okay, you could keep doing that, but dude, you know, so much other stuff to do and get started on this game. But for now, I am going to dig out. I'll mark these to be dug. I don't know how or when they're going to get to it. Hopefully there isn't going to be a cave system in here. Hopefully it's like further away, because otherwise that's going to really throw everything off, and then we'll have a real fun time with shit. Can you imagine right on the other side here, there's a bug cave, and next thing you know, there's like a half ton of bugs come running through here and shit. That would suck. For them. The colonists, not me personally. But I'm just saying, it'd be an unfortunate situation. I think this will give the miners plenty to do for the time being, don't you think? I'm not expecting them to do this all like right now, not right this second. Eventually it'll be fine. Because I've also got to deal with farm. Oh, you know what? I can unpause this at this point, because now that's plenty of shit for them to do. This is still going to have to be a mined room. I'm just not going to put access to it just yet till I remember how to do it. Pulling the call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah, I didn't feel a thing. But more importantly, I got 7 people, 70 rations. One of them's a gourmand, so he's going to basically be a pig and eat more than usual. So I'm going to have to go ahead and start setting up a farm too. A farm and then a stove. Oh, you know, I'm gonna need this kitchen sooner than later. Fine. But where am I gonna designate this? So actually, are these ready to harvest? No, they're not quite ready to harvest. 79 ready to harvest. Right, almost. Ready and ready. Alright, well, there's that much. A critter. Another critter. Yay, rat. Alrighty, well then. Okie doke. So now, where will I build the first farm setup? Where can I build the first farm setup? This is not arable land over here. So you're going to sit on the ground and eat like the rustic settlers that you are. You know what? This is just going to be the future spot for the recreation. Wow. That's going to take you a while. Or maybe not. Let's just see how they get on with that. They seem to be making good time, I guess. The first farm. So what is stony soil? This is not going to be great for fertilization. So I guess I'll avoid putting farmland over here. I guess, you know what? This might be a section for the what pitchforky thing? Horseshoes. That's what I'm thinking. So farm. You know what? This is gonna have to work. Which means, wait, what are all these? Could have sworn that I slated all this for choppy downy. So we're gonna cut all of this wood. And I'm gonna need you to clear all this as well. I thought I could extract. And these stumps. Holy Moses. Okay, the thing is, if you had all these stumps in the first place, why didn't you just cut them all the way down to begin with? Man, what the actual? Alright. Okay, so I guess the first farm is going to be like right up over here. And I'm going to also assume that I will put a... can I put a... what you call it? A wind turbine. So I could get it to fit right up in here. I have no idea how well that would actually work in the middle of a valley like this, but hey. What do I need to do this? I need 100 steel. 2 steel components. Jesus, I've only got 4 components. Oh, damn. That's gonna be an issue. So if I recall correctly, that should be like, what, a 7 by 10? 7 by 10, and it's like 7 by 8, right? Or wait, well. So let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 6, and this should be 7 by 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 10. Yep. So a 7 by 10 and 7 by 6. So 7 by 6, we skip 2 or 3, is it? And then this becomes 7 by 10? Actually, no, I'm in the wrong spot. But yeah, it's 2 for the turbine, for the actual turbine. But there's no point in putting it in this rocky soil over here. Yeah. I mean, I can still designate that as farm space, but it's... So this would be 6 by 7 and then 10 by 7. And then I have like some extra space over here that I can just designate extra farmland. That's again no big deal. It's just this is the space for the actual windmills, for the wind turbines. So let's say I managed to get 2 of these. I could put those like here. And that would actually be the space required. Hell, let's say I just allocate another one. Or even 2, who knows. That's just the positioning for the wind turbines, should I be able to build those. But I'm going to need to deconstruct that. We're going to have to eventually deconstruct the shuttle. But I really need to get some food going. So I am going to designate this as a farm plot. We're growing zone. So let's start off with this. And what the hell are you growing? I didn't. Okay, well, potatoes. Wait. Potato plants. Those grow in 5 days. That. Kinda sucks. What I really need you to plant. I can't plant yet because I apparently don't. Oh, wait, yeah, here we go. Rice. Rice grows in 3 days. So, you know what? You're going to grow rice in this field as well as this field. So okay, so we got rice plants growing over here. So that's an initial food boost. Thinker is reading a book. Great. I'm gonna probably need them to... Wow, dude is trucking. His choice in operational area is fascinating, but okay. It's like at some point they're going to need light in here. So the growing season's here now, you know what, and I might as well go ahead and designate some more growing zones. So we got this one, this one. Yeah, I think it's better for the time being to just have these set up as rice fields. So 3 days, 51% light. Then maybe potato. Requirement 50%, harvest yield 14, 46 days. What's wrong with rice, man? Harvest yield 8. Okay, let's leave these other two as potatoes, just for some variety. Sensitive to soil fertility, will not fare well in poor soil. Which, okay, fine. The potatoes are going to be hardy. They'll deal. But this is all, like, decent stuff anyway. It's just that the potato yield is much larger. It's not quite ready to harvest yet. And that, however, is. So we're going to harvest that. I'm going to, oh wait, we're going to cut those plants out. And growing zone. We will potatify you. We'll leave those as potatoes for now. Alright, so that should be plenty of farm space, so food-wise we ought to be good. I should also probably make a campfire to start making food. So we've got a decent amount of wood. Haven't really set up anything for defenses yet. Which means we're going to be prone to attack, which, alright, you know what, that's just going to have to be what it is. For the time being. I mean, I can build a stone wall, or a wood wall, but they're just gonna bust through it. It's gonna take, wood is 5, 10, 15, 50. So this would be 150 wood to block this off. For that I could just leave it open and just, you know. So I think what I'll do in the meantime, okay, actually, what I need to do in the meantime is I need to make a table. 2x4 table. So we're just gonna have fun outdoors for the time being. I don't remember if I can move this stuff later, but it is what it is. All right, well. All right, so that's, I guess that just is what it is for the time being. What are these guys again? These are boomalopes, not to be confused with boom rats. They're the larger deluxe version. Okay. I mean, it would be nice to be able to block this off and kind of make this kind of pastury type stuff. But then I've got this big, huge section of stone, which is pretty much just good for facilities, but not necessarily anything else. Well, alright. It's just gonna have to. Let's just roll with this and see where it brings us at the moment. Indoors it's 13C, outside it's 6C. I guess could be worse. How are these guys feeling anyway? Okay. Well, not exactly, but a little chilly. Slept in the cold. I guess I should probably start a fire in here, maybe. What's to do, Hiccups? Production? No. Furniture? No. It's not a structure. It's a temperature? Campfire. Okay. So let's drop a campfire right in the middle of yon place. That'll heat it the hell up. So that'll keep the... Oh wait, hold it. No. I guess it doesn't really matter, it's still inside. So that's not a really big deal. If I need to enclose that later, I can. Need meal source. No way of preparing proper meals from raw food. Build a stove, campfire, or nutrient dispenser. Cannot be in a prison cell. Why would I let prisoners cook their food? Fuck those guys. Oh wow, it's already 2:30 in the morning. Oh my god. I mean, I knew this was going to be a short stream, but... Well, it's going to be what it is. So anyway. Let's just kind of truck on. While this is cooking, I'm going to refill my water. Alright, we are back. So indoors it is hot as hell. 27. Outside it's 16. They cannot complain about sleeping in the cold. Instead, this time they'll complain about sleeping in the warm. Meanwhile, over here, it is dark. What's my frame rate right now? It's about 25. That's doesn't suck, but alright. So it's going to take like about 4 or 5 days for them to really start reaping the rice plants. Why are the rice plants so like funky setup? Wait, what's strappings? He's got 12 level plants. So why is that crap all uneven? But the potatoes are all like right on point and set up. Like, what the hell's up with that? It's like, okay, what if? Let us no, not expand the zone, right? Or you know what? Wait. So this is the growing zone. If I click on this, can I expand the zone? Like so? Yeah, okay, good. Alright. Just checking. 42. 42. Okay. So random looking compared to like that, but alright, whatever. Either way, these guys will have food soon, hopefully before this runs out, and then I have a campfire that they can cook at. They have tables which they can eat, so they can stop bitching about that. I guess I need a dumping zone as well. You know what? This will be a dumping zone over here, and then I can just put the stone workshop like here-ish. Right, because there's no rule that says that this room has to be like a visitor? What the hell visitor in this economy? A weaver is visiting the colony. Okay. I mean, that's cool and all, but you ain't gonna really find anything here, because there's a whole lot of nothing going on just yet. But I mean, you know, good on you. Thanks. Welcome, maybe, I guess. Do I need to make her a bed? How's that work? Um, Bio. League of Robin, Weaver, Crafting 10, Pyromaniac. Well, gee. I'm not exactly sure if, like, what the deal is with that. Market value. They're only worth $700. Jeez. I mean, I guess I can prepare a bed for them, maybe? I don't know. Is that how that works? Be a little weird, but okay, I guess. I'm not sure if they need a bed or something, or how that's gonna work. Darkness, -5, extremely low expectations, mood, sleep. I mean, they're visiting, but what's that even supposed to be? I don't even know, man. I mean, Rhino is just kind of cruising around checking out the joint. Not exactly sure what she's doing. She's just inspecting and visiting. They're neutral, so could be worse, I guess. Either way, I got a spare bed. So whatever works. They can live in the, if they want to stay overnight, they can hang out in the common hut. So I don't even know. I guess she's gonna sleep outside. Or maybe she's not going to sleep. Who knows? All I know is she's wandering around the colony in the dark. But, okay. I mean, am I supposed to have a guest room set up for them? I don't remember. But, I mean, you do you, boo. Welcome to the colony. Looks like I actually need, because the wood is already decomposing here. Funny how the granite doesn't decompose. So this room is almost ready initially. this is just going to be a continuation of the storage room. Alright, so this could also be a continuation of it. This is what, how large? $12, which means that this should technically be to here if I'm making these the same size. I mean, that should be plenty large for the storeroom. Visitors from the league are leaving. Okay. I mean, what did they accomplish? I have no space, have no facilities, but is there a zone for this? No, there's no visiting zone. I don't get it. I don't remember. Was I supposed to designate a bedroom for them or something? Or nope, they just came by, popped around, said hi, milled about. I mean, knock yourself out. But like, whatever, bro. Oops, wait. Alright. Wait, what the hell? So if this is going to be 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, center, 4x5 room would be a workshop with 2 tables in it. Because these rooms don't need to be the same size. It just happens to be the way I had it set up. But again, it's not like it has to be a hard and fast rule here. This is just how I'm just, like I said, setting shit up. And in fact, I did that wrong, because if this is going to be a corridor, let's just say I have corridors that match everything else up. Yeah, this is what did I say, a 4x5 space. It'd be more like that. Then this would be 2, 2. Well, no, it'd have to be 2, 2. Crap. 2, 4, 6, 8. Or would it work better like 4, 6, 8, 10? Yeah, I think it'd work better the other way around. So it'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 for where the benches, for where the shells would be. Yeah, okay, I mean, that would work. So, fine. So I could build workshops all along here, but the problem... Five colonists are idle. What the hell are you guys all doing? Alright, fine. Clean this shit up. Clean that up. Cut this down. How many components do I have? Oh, hey, I got 17 components. Let's deconstruct that as well. Ooh, a grizzly bear. Okay, little on the dangerous side here. So, maybe not to get too close to that guy. So let's cancel that chunk for the time being. Don't have much in the way of resources, so I'm gonna have to be careful. Whoa. Ancient what? Oh, right. Clearly there's some funky crap inside these walls that we are not going to find out about anytime soon, right? In fact, we are going to live and let live. I'm going to build a wall around this. Okay. Oh, great. We have a pissed off rat. Curry, you're in danger, dude. This isn't cool. Curry is about to get fucked up. Well, this sucks. So my number one miner is about to get jacked up, apparently. Great. He's got nowhere to run. This rat just decided to go apeshit just out of nowhere, right in the middle of the colony. And I got nobody with any weapons anywhere near him. Curry, try not to die. Because you are about to have to defend yourself against a mad rat at range. Right, not even at range. I have no idea how this is about to play out, man. Curry, what are you about to do? You're fleeing. Dude, I don't think you really have the option here. Who's stunned, the rat or Curry? Okay. Curry has melee the rat to death. So Curry needs to rest. Perfect. And I need to dispose of this rat. I need a zone. I need a dumping zone. And I am going to dump the dead bodies over here, away, outside the colony. So you know what? Let's make this the dead rat zone. Dead bodies go here. So I can't really especially grow anything over here. So, alright, so that's going to be dumping zone number 1, and this dumping zone. This will be DNS. Allow rotten, allow fresh. And what is we going to dump? Chunks? What kind of chunks? No, I'm not going to drag all the stone corpses all over there. I'm going to just do corpses only. Okay. So they can all go over here. Alright, so we got corpse storage. Because we can't eat the rat because it is... Wait, can we eat it? I don't think we can eat it because isn't it like... Wasn't it maddened or something? Good heavens. Curry fucked that rat up. Holy shit. However, Curry also Curry put up a good fight. So who's going to tend to Curry? Medic! But I don't think Curry is any particular danger, right? Wow. He's going to die in 14 hours. Because he's like bleeding. But that's okay because Lester's got it covered. Chief medical guy. All right. But criminy, man. Okay. $34 components. Alright, so we're able to get a decent haul of stuff off of that, so which means I can actually create power. So I won't need torches everywhere. For the time being, I'm going to put torches everywhere. Especially inside the caves where, you know, suffocation is a thing. I mean, okay, that'll do, I guess, for the time being. I suppose I could put torches on the outside here, but I mean, do I really need to? Okay, so I need a dumping zone. If this is going to be another work facility, again, the stone guys. So this is the storage unit. Then this storage unit, then a hall. Like what I could do is, I mean, that one room was a 4x5. Why not? This could be a weird shaped room, and then I could always modify it to add space later. Although the 3x5, it would ideally the door be here, but actually I still can put the door right here. It doesn't have to be, because there's still room, like, you know, to have the storm thing here and here. And I could start thinking there, but I don't have to worry about it. Alright, that's whatever. Oh, that won't even work right there because of space constraint. So instead, there's nothing that can really fit in like that kind of a room. Unless this just happened to be a larger room for some reason. So it's like, it's whatever. So what it is was not planned out very well on my part. That's what it is. But anyway. Okay, so what I need is I need to start setting up some kind of a kitchen here. So I need a butcher space. So the butcher space would be right here, 3 and 2, and then 3 and 2. Which will leave enough room in between here. God, more visitors? Seriously? A group. But I got no food, no nothing. I mean, I got nothing to offer them yet. Why are they even here? I mean, I know it's the hospitality mod, but I don't even have rooms designated. And it's like, I don't even know how to designate this bed because so it's weird. I don't remember how that works. So with the hospitality mod, I mean, you get visitors coming in and they can go, but then I recall that the visitors, there was a way that you can prevent visitors until you have a facility for them. Or something. I don't really remember anymore. Well, this is just going to continue to be interesting for the time being. And this is open, so there's no roof access here, right? There's... where... roof. The roof is on fire. Wait. Yeah, see, wait. There's no roof yet, but that shaded zone should be kind of, I think. I'm not really sure. So that's a decent enough spot for the door, either on here or on there. Which this would be a decent place for the kitchen as well. But oh well. Tis what tis. I think I'd kind of rather have, because this will be a dirt floor if I put the kitchen here, but if I put the kitchen here, I'm going to have a small fridge room. And oh my word. 1, 2, 2, and then 3. I need to... I'm not even going to have this much, so I have to reduce this by 1 if I want this to maintain its insulation. So, door, empty space, door, aircon, aircon, and then this will be like a chimney. So the best place actually for the kitchen is indeed going to be like right here, because then I could just basically put a door here and then the door here, and it'll be the quick way into the kitchen and stuff. Then I can put another double door here. It just won't have the cooling on it. Except, oh no, it won't, because of the fact that then I lose like the 3. If I put the kitchen here, then I lose the 3 blocks. Because then this would be like 1, 2, 3. That would only leave me 2 here, and that just ain't enough room for anything. Well, unless I slot out the wall and put it here and make this wood, because this is what, stone? Rough sandstone, yeah. Actually, no, because even still... Oh no, because if this is 1, 2, 3, and the 1, and then 1, 1, 2... Nope, I still don't have the room. Because the stony soil, this is where the wall would be. Never mind. Because it would be otherwise very cold to work inside the kitchen. Or would it? I mean, even if this wall isn't completely insulated, I could still have 1, 2... I wouldn't be able to put the door in door like I was originally saying. It would be here, and then they'd have to walk around to there, which is a little less efficient. This is still looking like the best spot for the kitchen. Because this is rough sandstone. But... three and then 1, 3 and then 1, or 3 and then 1. would leave that, and I'd have to get rid of this line. That would leave me with 2 insulated, which is okay because the kitchen can be alright, I guess. It's still a warming zone though. So I don't really think that that's the best. It's just that the stone floor, then I don't have to install flooring because I can just I can actually just polish the floor. And it'd be one less thing for me to have to deal with. It's just that I don't have the room. I mean, the wall would be here. But I'd be down. You know what? It's not that serious. So then this can be a door right here. And then this will be a table, chair, table, chair. So cooking, butcher. And then a walkway all the way back. It can have lights on the door, torch on the side, on the wall, or whatever. And then this will just be the remainder. So then this will just be like what? 1, 2, 3. So you know what? Whatever. That's fine. So here's the kitchen. Okay, fair enough. And then this would be another funky room for some other shit later, I don't know. And actually, this has to go. This will be here, and then this will be the space. Well, technically, this doesn't need to be mined. This does need to be mined. Then here's the door. Alright. That'll work. Okay, whatever. There's room for expansion over here, but that could be the extension of that corridor. I won't dig into this because I want to leave the natural rock here as is. Who knows what the hell else is over here anyway. So anyway, this is the space. We want to get rid of all these stumps, and then I'm going to make this a dumping ground for the stonework for now. Dumping stockpile will be here. And it will be specifically for chunks. Mainly for stone, but you know, I guess it could be for metal and whatever else too. Whatever's in the way. I'll figure out something else later. Because for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and let this do its thing. I need to designate a hospital zone 2. Someplace ideally closer than the rooms, because if they run into a space where they may die, trying to run all the way back over here into the corner is a bad idea. So maybe having the hospital, but it would be good to be near this. See, I'd originally set that up just for that space, but you know what, I'm not going to sweat it for now. Wait, there. Like, why isn't anything happening? So, we got those visitors. Yeah, these guys. But I don't really know what they're gonna do and where they're gonna go. What I do know is that I don't have enough room for all this food that is nowhere near grown. I do know that this is getting kind of rough. Production. How much steel do we have? Okay, 75 steel and wood. So this is the butcher table, and then the kitchen table, which should go in the front. The butchering, there's less butchering, I think. So you know, I'm gonna put this here. Bad temperature. Oh, that's right. It needs to be kind of cooled some. And then the field stove or an electric stove. Work speed factor 100%. The electric stove. Work speed factor 100%. Well, I guess we're gonna run with the field stove for right now. If it becomes a problem, I'll deal with it, but what's the work I need to do? I need oh, here, floor. Can I smooth this terrain? I don't really know how this is going to work. quarter's kind of coming along. Rough hewn as it is. Visitors are leaving. Okay. Okay, great. Still 0 reviews. How's this wood looking? It's looking like I need to... What is this? Plasteel. So it looks like it'll be here for a while. Should give your faction a name. And the settlement should be given a name. Thinker thinks that you should give your faction a name. What should your faction be called? Daranor? I have no idea. Pan Global Account of Accord of Delum. Landler. S. Independent Counted Minimum Area Essential Coalition. Okay, and what should the local sentiment be called? So the faction is now known as Stranded Castaways, and this community is now known as New Hope. Like in We Hope We Don't Die. It seems kind of tongue-in-cheek. The floor be smoothened. The kitchen is impoverished. It's rather tight. Yes, yes it is. I mean, I suppose I could have just made it all the way down here, but that'd just be more to clean. And I guess let's just kind of see what we got. Alright, so Thinker is doing his thing. Curry's not dead. That's good. What is his health? He's in a little bit of pain, but hey, you know, he's almost 100%, so any minute now. It's a bite wound. He's almost fine. A little spit and he'll be good. More importantly though, we are cutting it real close now. You know what? I think somebody's gonna need to do some hunting. Hey, Curry's going for a walk, so he can't be that badly hard. I guess these guys need to recreate. recreation. So we got a billiards table, poker table, chess table. Wow. Those are some serious options here. And a horseshoe pin. I guess we'll just put the horseshoe pin right over here for now. Okay, and like I was saying, we're gonna need to hunt. Because we're down to 13, and why in the hell is none of this? It's 40% grown. Although I know it's only been like, what, 2 days, maybe. Potato plants, 42, 40, 59%. I mean, we're gonna have some rice soon-ish, but not nearly enough. Plus, only rice? It's a quick way to get berry. Oh, hey, look. How long have you been dead? Less than a day. Hey, guess what? We're going to allow you, and you will become... Oh, shit. That bear might have something to say about... well, anything, honestly. I'm not so sure that trying to grab that is going to be the best idea. Lester, boy, how's your stealth? Can you flee while carrying a muffalo? Or are you gonna piss the bear off? Nope, you did not piss off the bear. Congratulations. You will live. Alrighty. Two things. We need light. So we're gonna set up a wall torch. And then I'm also going to set up a standing bill to butcher the creatures. Oosh. So whatever creatures we got, just butcher them. And then the next thing, whatever things we got, suck, simple meal times 4. Fine meal requires cooking 6. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna cook a simple meal. And 5 times. So whenever that kind of becomes a thing. One freshly butchered rat. Great. Just hunk 'em rat meat. Unrefrigerated, spoils in 2 days. Lovely. Hell of a ting, man. Hell of a ting. All the more reason to get this refrigerator ready. So... I don't think these need to be 3. I don't really remember, but... So, here's a door, open space, and then another door. Then 2 fridge units will be right here, and then the door, and then I need to open up the roof. Which I should be able to do here. Okay, so you know what? I don't have stone yet, so this is just gonna have to be a thing. So a wood wall, another wood wall, a wooden door. Then I need to mine these 2 spaces, these 2. And then I need to open up this space. Okay. I'm gonna need power. You know what? $100 steel and 2 components. Okay. Just gonna leave it at that at the moment. I can't build too many of these. Because then I also have to run power. Power to the fridge units, power to the room lights. And you know what? I guess I might as well just brick this out. Yay, food, glorious food. Right? Somewhere. Yep, a simple meal. How do I clear the roof of an area again? Remove roof area. We know we shall remove the roof area from here. Wait, I cannot. I guess I'll find out in a hurry whether I can or can't. If I can't remove the roof from this, that will be a bit of an issue. Okay, buffalo meat and rat meat. And I got 2 turbines. Oh, that was quick. How's Kari up to? Reading Lowell. Shit. They'll prepare for a while, then attack. Prepare a defense. Or attack them preemptively. Where are they? One dude. He's here, which means he is going to run. Well, it's a good question. Is he going to go straight? So he'll probably come around this way. Or is he going to come up around? I can't tell if he's going to. He's probably not going to come this way because that's like the long way around. This over here seems like it'd be the path of least resistance. So I should probably set up a defense perimeter like somewhere here-ish. This is where having the stack would be useful, but this guy, he's got a steel knife. It'd be better to take him out at a distance. So you know what I need to do? Let's so structure, nothing structural. Furniture, that's not what I'm looking for. Security, this is it. The barricade. Or spike trap. It would be nice to have trapped this, but, well, no such luck. So the best thing would probably be able to intercept both of these. I can always remove the barricade later. So I'll make a wooden barricade, and I guess I'll just put it right here. I don't know. That should be fine. And no, there's no point in trying to chop trees at this point. Okay, and who are my armed people? That should be Stin and what? Thinker's got a knife. Curry has a knife. Severin. Nope, strapping. Strapping and Stin are the two distance guys. They can be backed up. Well, Curry can be the backup. The flip side is if this guy decides to start fighting at night, but then he can just come in and kind of raid the joint and burn down the fields and do this other stuff, so I don't want them to get too close. But, oh my god, it's already 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning, and I've been streaming for about 4 hours, which is... okay, so that means I got started like around midnight. So I got a barricade that's ready to go, I guess. There is practically no power coming out. Tribespeople are beginning their assault. And which direction are they headed? Forward. Which means that they're going to come around this way. Alright. Lester. No, Stin and Severin. Drafting you. I want you to move here. Stin. I want you to back him up, like right here. Oh. Curry, I want you on standby. And you're gonna fall hang back over like here. Oh shit, he's going this way. Look at that. Who knew? So you know what? Severin. Shoot. There's a lot of trees to hide behind here. Alright, Severin, take cover behind here. Dude is armed with a knife, right? Stin. You start taking pot shots at him from here. Curry. Again, continue to be support over here. Okay, well. I guess we're gonna find out real quick. In fact, Curry, I want you to fall back. Yep, and there he is. Severin, move up. Oh, well then. Jade times 26. I'm going to allow it. Steel knife. We can take that too. Purple. He's downed. What's his deal? Melee constructions, undergrounder, incapable of none, cave child, marination, mining. I should have made a prison. Well, let's see. I got one room currently ready. Not the way I'd intended to use it. But let's do this. I guess I should have had a prison ready, but I hadn't thought about this. Alright. You know what? Structure. $25 steel. You know what? We're gonna make a wooden door. And then, oops, and then he's a fucking prisoner. He doesn't really need much more, but I mean, I guess I could make him a bed. But the question is, when is he going to bleed out? He's going to die in 5 hours. If he dies, he dies. I can undraft you, and you, and you. I mean, so the thing is, if I get this done in time, then cool. If not, it's still cool. Regardless. So, hopefully I get a... Hopefully... we get a room ready for him. Oh no, this poor guy's gonna die. Yeah, he's dead. I mean, I guess if I could try to designate this a prisoner bed, but is this really a good idea? No. Are you gonna build the bed? Yes, alright. Okay, so let's designate this for prisoners, and then, is he dead yet? Who is my medical guy? Severin? No, definitely was not. Who's the Lester, right? Go capture him. You got this, bro. I believe in you. Why are you going all the way the hell over there? Man, your pathfinding sucks. This guy's gonna be dead before you actually get him to the room. And then all that's gonna be is a corpse that needs to be cleaned up. Death in 1 hour. Wow, so it took you an hour to bring him all the way over there. Medical emergency. Great. Medical emergency. Dude is going to bleed out and die. Lester. Tending to purple. Okay. Well. Boy, that's kind of rough. I don't think... Wow. Ooh. Ooh. That is so tight. 7, 6, 5, 4. Holy shit, that's tight. 3. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, he's dead. Alright, well. Okay, Lester, what are you doing now? You're gonna go to bed, because dude died, so fuck it. Alrighty. Well, whoever's gonna get this room, well, it's got some history to it now. Wow. Alrighty. So much for that dude. I'd say rest in peace, but, you know, he did kind of come over here looking for trouble. So, sucks to be him. Anyway, I guess he'll wind up in the dumping zone. I mean, I guess I could probably set up a grave thing for him. Maybe. Do I care? We can let our enemies rot in the pit. Oh well. But that's going to be an issue for another day. That came down to the wire. Dude dies right as he gets there. Right as he gets there in time with the medicine. It's like, oh, well, I'm not going to need these anymore. Sometimes you make it in the at the last second. Sometimes you don't. But again, hey, this was an attacker and a prisoner, so we tried. Exactly. The main thing is that you tried. Just fit that into whatever narrative you like. It pretty much applies to most things. Exactly. I mean, come on. You saw that best effort dude kind of went all the way over here to get the medical things and came all the way over here. Now, I guess that's a compelling reason to make sure that the hospital or whatever is near or at least has its own storage for like healing herbs or whatever else. And also at the same time, the prison should be also close to a stash of healing things just in case. Really, the big thing is, who gets this bedroom now? Now that we no longer need to be a prison bed. Who gets the deathbed? Who gets the death room? We shall see. Anyway. Or, you know what, maybe I'll just go ahead and move that bed to the prison so that nobody gets it. And they just get the death room. But really we should move that corpse. Because he's going to spoil in like 2 days. So we kind of need to clean him up. Anybody? Digging. Consuming simple meal. Still asleep. Carrying buffalo meat. Looks like everybody else has shit to do, so. Oh well, they're gonna get to him when they get to him. What are you gonna do? Oh, well, hey, look. Fugly's on the job. Or nope, I take that back. He's just basically setting up a torch lamp. Actually, you know what? I need to kind of cancel that. Damn it. I guess it's a bit late for that. Okay, Severin's got him covered. There you go. That's what I wanted. Severin, taking him to the dumping stockpile, because do I have a cemetery? Not yet. I will build one. But you know what? I damn well ain't gonna go ahead and put the bodies of our enemies in our cemetery. They can rot in the pit. Which, thinking further about it, that's probably not a good spot to put, like, the meat corpses, you know, for food. Surrounded by the dead bodies of our enemies. Or I guess it could, you know, but oh well. Anyway, we tried to save him, but that didn't work. So, what are you gonna do? What the hell is this? A shaman merchant from the lead of our... Okay. Well, what the hell? We're gonna hang around for some time before leaving. We can attack, but this will anger the faction. Why would we attack the... I mean, why would we attack a caravan? Unless the horse is treading all over our rice and eats it. But, you know, I'm assuming the horse is better behaved than that, right? He better be. Motherfucker. And again, we got the bloodstains. This is Curry's blood. And probably some of the rats. We should probably clean that up at some point. It's kind of unsanitary. And it does not... Alright. Bigger issue right now, though, is the fact that I was intending to set that room up, or I was intending to set this as a doorway for the freezer room. However, it does not look like I can remove the roof. Oh wait, I take that back. They did remove the roof, so good. So there is no roof here. So I can put air conditioning units on either side of here and put a door here and have that eject outward, so that way the air conditioning exhaust will be jetted out through the ceiling here. So that's good. That'll work. Of course, it would have been nice if I'd actually made this an electric stove, but we have struck compacted steel. Okay, well, bully for that. Good, because we really need more steel. Okay. Well, that was an interesting bit of drama for our last minute part of stream. So, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and save this here. We got a bunch of autosaves. I don't remember what any of this is. I should probably take a look at these at some point and see what the hell I got. Ah, yes, Stranded Castaways. That is the name of this group. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and save this. And alrighty then. So that was actually kind of a funny way to end this, like, you know, drama stream. That's pretty hilarious. Well, hilarious in like a mildly somber kind of thing, but it seems like a little bit of action adventure at the last minute there. Anyway, as people just kind of get on with their day, not giving a shit about that. So I guess this is where we will end things. I really appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out with me while I'm, you know, playing this Castaway Survival, which is totally not at all Dwarf Fortress, right? It just happens to be that we are building a colony inside of a mountain, because that's where we landed. So, hey, don't eat the rice. Stupid goat. Alright, so anyway. I guess I am going to go ahead and call it here. Thanks so much for everybody who came out, hung out, and just, you know, kind of came, chilled. Hopefully got a laugh or two or anything else. Even with, like, you know, the funky issues between, like, Rambunctious Cat and terrible bitstream. So yeah, thanks again for everything, and I guess I will catch you guys soon. So you know what, let me pause this and let me come back over here. That's kind of weird, but a little bit of a jarring segue. But anyway, I will be back probably on Saturday doing some kind of a stream or some kind of testing. I'm not really sure exactly what I'll be doing. No, I'll definitely be on here Thursday, so I almost forgot. It's Tuesday, so Thursday, got the usual reading stream. And then from there, I'll probably be up on Saturday. So if anything, I will see you guys Thursday for story time, and we'll go from there. All right. I will talk to you guys later. Totally forgot that the music for RimWorld is still going to keep playing. Whatever.